ついに始まりました。僕はこれです。もう一つシュワッと誰か抜いてくおいも小さいなんでもするからおつけもはよ助け舟求めてけど人影たゆそれにこの集大さらす心の準備が管理されてる恥ずかしが穴があったら入りてだがついにトライし絶好のチャンス今こそ伝えるべしじゃが今度ショックから血はショックせはかしゴーブリカサンバおったおせおっけおって
ダメです
はおったおせおっけおって
ダメです
もうこっち一体抜けんのかもっとみっと早くスイッチでもっともう一つシュワッポ誰か抜いてくおいも小さいなんでもするからおつけもお腹満たしたいでお風呂入りたいでお花摘みたいで私の人生も
ダメです
皆さん今までありがとうございました。おにぎりではかしゴーブリカサンバおったおせおっけおって
ダメです
はおったおせおっけおって
ダメです
もうこっち一体抜けんのじゃもっとみっと早くスイッチでもっともう一つシュワッポ誰か抜いてくおいも小さいなんでもするからおつけも誰くれ
Hardpoint located. Hardpoint. Remind the fugitives that actions have consequences. Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint active.
Hostile moving.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Kill. Moving up.
Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint identified. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Sharpshooter threat removed.
Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hostiles reclaim the lead. Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint located. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Sniper,
Hardpoint
take
active.
cover.
Hardpoint locked down.
Hostile appears KIA. Good to see you again.
Hardpoint identified.
Eyes on hostile long gun.
Hardpoint.
Hi, Bobtron.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
God damn it!
Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Watch it! Sniper!
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint located. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure.
Sniper, take cover.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
We answering the call? Who we calling? Ghostbusters?
Looking.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint located.
Fuck you, Woods.
Hostile long gun neutralized.
Hardpoint active.
God damn it.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure.
Not this time, you son of a bitch.
Feel that? They're about to break. Give them a nudge. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Well, we got the red tiger camo for this gun.
Hostile shooter. Body drop.
Hardpoint locked down.
See you never, asshole.
Hardpoint located.
Motherfuckers jumping like it's goddamn Super Mario Bros.
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint is secure.
Eyes on hostile long gun.
They were already dead. You just haven't realized. Good job.
That's how the CIA gets done.
I'm terrible at... Well, the thing is I'm using all the wrong snipers. I'm not using the good snipers. Everybody's using, like, the fucking SVD and shit. What do we got? 31 shot, 1 kills. Get 2 kills without reloading. Okay, okay. We'll just extend mag 2. Let's not worry about flinch resistance.
Taking getting capture. Cover me.
But they're saying like as simple as like the or like a whistle, which sure that's like tacky, but is this really the best use of these resources?
They're taking C. We've locked down A. We got the lead. Now hold it. Hostile long gun neutralized. Losing B. Taking the objective. Watch my 6. Sniper, get down. Securing C. Losing Bravo. Losing B. Sighted on top. Down, Bravo.
Somebody on Kick's trying to do the bot thing already. Hey man, I saw your channel. Look how I can get you 1,000 followers. Give me 1,000 fucking kills in COD 6.
Locking down Charlie. Losing Bravo. Right down. We lost B. No Charlie, locked down.
Another video posted on TikTok shows that a group of onlookers questioning police about why the man has
We're losing Charlie.
arrested. The four-star hotel has been a flashpoint for protesting recent weeks. The that says protesters have asked for face masks, shouts, and
Hostile, 12 o'clock.
Lost C.
Took out their sharpshooter.
Taking B.
and officers made 2 arrests on Friday during clashes between anti-migrant protesters and anti-fascists. What does this have to do with fascism? Seriously, come on. That's just so ridiculous. I mean, realistically, if anything, the police are being fascistic towards their own citizens. When the citizens have very reasonable concerns and are quite
I'm on the
Securing
OBJ.
Charlie. This shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage.
More than 50,000 small boat migrants across the channel since Starboard office.
Enemy sniper shooting.
Crossing the channel.
We have to
Securing
take
B.
this objective.
So when you take a look at this, Starboard comes in third place, with Johnson and Sunak having more trouble. Johnson was president for 4 years, I think it is. Sunak around 2 years. Starboard about a year and a half, or not even a year and a half, actually. It was like a year and 2 months, I think, something like that.
Locking it down. Keep them off me.
Starboard.
Confirming kill.
Bravo zone secure. Bravo lost. We're losing Alpha. The main road outside the hotel was blocked by hundreds of demonstrators shouting, "Save our kids." Police had to rapidly with anti-fascist activists arriving at South Sway Station to confront anti-migrant protesters as they had signs that said, "No humanist people. Securing B.
Refugees have the right here to stay, here to stay." Oh my gosh, man. They're material to that, right? I mean, I guess not.
Bravo is on.
It is surprising though. Anti-fascist. Wait, they said one of the counter-protesters, right? It was also part of the anti-fascist group, which again I find outside the colors, but
Heads down.
more than 100 police officers.
Losing B.
Outside the tube station for breaching police. People then made their way into the town as the main road outside the hotel was closed.
We lost B.
Flag. Here, Starboard is hooked. What is that word? If you might be thinking or want to fill us in, maybe don't know that. You never know.
Losing A.
The algorithm might not like
Taking Bravo underway.
I don't know what that word is. Maybe don't do that.
Sniper, get down.
Taking C.
Beginning
Take it
capture.
B.
Cover me.
Watching on in French in the dark, watching not
B secure. We've lost Alpha. Taking all zones. Zone A secure.
Got them all, move up.
Securing C.
Stay down. Charlie. Losing Bravo. All locations locked down. Dig in and hold it. We're losing Alpha. We've taken control. We lost Charlie. Losing B. Losing Bravo. Bravo lost. Losing A.
Objective capture in progress. Tick. Kill.
Securing B.
Taking the objective. Watch my six.
B locked down. We're losing Alpha. We lost B.
Last October, his friends and family warned him about London's reputation for crime. I had planned to travel all around Europe, so
Securing
I'm on
C.
the OBJ.
Damn it, we've lost the lead. Rocket down Bravo.
conversations about the soaring robbery and death rate.
Shot's good.
Australian travelers visiting says Samuel.
Locking
Taking
him
Bravo
down. Keep him
underway.
off me.
C secured. Losing B. Nice. We're pulling ahead.
We have to
Take
take
it
this
C.
objective.
Guess what, guys?
Securing Charlie. Location secure. Maintain current posture. Losing Bravo. They're taking C.
How the fuck does he shoot so fast?
Losing A. Bravo lost. Securing B. We lost A.
Objective capture in progress.
Everyone knows somebody in Australia has their phone stolen in London.
B locked down.
The warnings in Australia.
Securing Zone A. Losing B.
One around Cape Town. Latitude. No way. So he actually did get his phone stolen. Wow.
We lost B.
Flight of stairs at
Take it Alpha.
with his back pocket.
Take it B.
Pocket is experience that doesn't attack on him, that he still finds himself checking his pockets not to
Rocket down Bravo.
phone that is non-existent out there. If this story is true, I mean, it seems like a common thing, but you never know.
Locking it down. Keep him off me.
Bravo's armed.
They are now being issued by the Australian government. I like how the article actually just
Securing Alpha.
about the usage.
Crimson's on their heels. Hit 'em hard.
The company website Smart Travel is great.
Take it Alpha.
Taking the objective. Watch my
Losing
six.
Bravo. Losing B. Taking A.
Enemies down.
That's right, you
That's right, you shitheads.
nothing without us. down. We got the lead. Now hold it. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint located.
Heads down. Snack.
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint locked down.
Hostile long gun neutralized.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure. No medals for second place. Crush those dirtbags. Hardpoint located. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint identified. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint is active.
Consider this an easy win. Everybody's too busy trying to play fucking snipers instead of objectives.
Hardpoint is secure.
Got one. Front. Revenge is my middle fucking name.
Hardpoint located. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
5 straight.
Crimson's falling back. Hell of a show today, Black Ops.
Stand down, people. All targets eliminated. Enemy in the open. You hand it out. You better be ready to take it.
Oh shit, this guy! Who's playing the game? This asshole. Oh shit, and this asshole is number 1?
Overdrive. Build your combo score to earn buffs. We've taken the lead. Stay on task. You're falling behind, Caprice.
Tally, shot charge. Target safe. Enemy using shotguns. Front. Target down. Located. Subjects, hostile, stun. Enemy blast now. Hostile sighted. Audio shotgun. Eyes on hostile long gun. Confirming kill. Tally, shot charge. That's five. Hostile, conducting an arrow gas mine. Good effect on target.
We're winning. Keep it that way. They've taken the lead. We've claimed the advantage. Now hold it.
Subjects, front. Blast trap. Hostile Bad guy, 12 o'clock.
Charge 2.
Hostile front.
They never
God damn!
to extract system.
Mop them up and move out, people. Gotta start somewhere.
Face-off kill confirmed. Another day in paradise. Enemy sniper shooting. These done. Sniper's toast. Let's move. You fucking blind? replugging that shit-ass ass. Incoming subjects. This one eye. What's your fucking excuse? Five kills. One by. Enemy sniper shooting.
He got me. I can't be mad at that.
I don't do anything for free.
Hostile subjects. Good effect on target. Here we go. Time's not on our side. Finish him. Eyes on enemy.
On fire! I'm on your side!
Shoot him.
Alright, what sniper next, chat? What sniper next? Who's picking the next one?
That's some bad stuff. Rape, boo, don't like it. Listen, you know, I dislike sexual assault as much as the next guy. Yeah, that's some bad stuff. Rape, boo, don't like it. But
Nobody's gonna say anything?
I really want that Final Fantasy Commander Collector deck. Oh, you should get it. I'm poor. I spend all my money on deep dish pizza. Nah, put your wallet away. Follow my lead. I got this. Hey guys. Heard you big boys have something I'm looking for.
Big boys.
Is this working for you? Is there any way I could get it half off?
good.
What about fully off?
No shoes, no shirt, no service.
Hey, hang it, rally up, rally. How about this weather, huh?
Corn makes it humid here.
This is working. You gotta tell her I'm not running my glasses. The back of my ears taste really bad.
Do you like actually need a hand with anything?
It's time to pull out the big guns. Can we please see your Pokemon res?
Sure.
Oops, we dropped your binder. Oh, this is so embarrassing. We gotta go.
That was weird.
Yeah, where were we? What were we doing? Oh, yeah. Oh.
Dish pizza. I really want that.
Oh, this one's the big one, Bobtron. But want to pick the next one for me? Frostline, SVD, LR, or the HDR? I need a 4 times magnification scope.
confirmed. We've taken control.
See this? One eye.
Sniper, take cover!
Revenge is my middle fucking name. Taking the shot.
Eyes on enemy.
Lady.
Wait a minute.
Haven't you heard? No one.
Where the fuck did he show up from?
EKIA. Hostile sighted.
Head down. Sniper. Was that your best shot?
Hostile. 12 o'clock. Body drop. Deviant, old friend. Good effect on target.
Epstein's masseuse. Hi, Arms. I actually snorted from that name.
Enemy sniper in my AO.
You're done.
Dad always taught us to make good on our debts.
tick. Back and back. Bye-bye.
Hostile shooter.
EKIA.
Where you going, mate?
Finish line's in sight. Don't let up.
Body dropped. Watch
Eyes on enemy.
enemy sniper shooting. Haven't you heard? No one stays dead anymore.
CIA's a bunch of proud bastards. They won't forget this.
Stand down. All targets
Well, it's all snipers, Bobtron, so... The thing about the SVD is it doesn't always get a one-shot, one-kill. It usually does, especially if you hit above the torso.
Heads down. Sniper.
This one eye.
Oh shit, I was the top, too. I was the top guy. Ooh. I need a little bit of a break.
The reserved list is a list of cards that Wizards of the Coast has promised to never reprint. That is, potentially legally binding. This has caused a whole host of problems, and there are many complaints about how scarce many of Magic's best cards have been made by this decision. So today, we're going to be talking about the exact opposite. Reverse list cards that no one would be caught dead sleeving up for a tournament. And starting things off at number 10, we have Chronotog. This is a 1/2 Atog with a mana cost of 1 and 1 blue. You pay 0 to give Chronotog +3/+3 until end of turn, but you skip your next turn, and you can only activate this ability once a turn. Now, if Chronotog could be activated over and over again, it would actually be pretty good, as you could make it a creature of any size by repeatedly skipping future turns. Then use something like Fling to finish off your opponent. This would get around the downside of skipping all those turns by ending the game immediately, and would have been pretty powerful. However, the card does have this restriction, and as a result of that, is basically entirely worthless. Eating an entire turn for a stat boost is, obviously, a massive downside. That makes basically any card with this effect not worth considering. There are a lot of reasons
This
for this,
commander
but one
is
is that
evil.
anytime you skip your
Celeste
turn, you're
is a
basically
sexy
giving
commander
your
that
opponent
puts
another
+1/+1
card to use
counters on
against you.
creatures
Let's say
whenever
you
they
attack
enter
with
from the
Chronotog
graveyard.
and your opponent
This
blocks
alone
with
is
Grizzly
not
Baron.
amazing,
Now, you
but it
could
gets
use this ability
seriously
to make your
overpowered
Chronotog
when you run
bigger
creatures
and kill
with
the
Persist.
Grizzly Baron in
When those
combat,
creatures
which
die,
would not only
Persist will
take a
bring them
card away
back
from
with
your
a
opponent,
-1/-1
but you
counter
would
on
board.
it, but
However,
only
your
once.
opponent will get to take an
However,
extra
if you're
turn
able to
where
remove
they'll
that
draw
counter,
another
it can
card
come
and
back
get more
multiple
mana to cast
times.
spells,
Now, since it
letting
does
them
leave and
replace
comes
that
back,
card and
Celeste
cast
will
back
give it
up
a
on board.
+1
This is
counter,
only
which
an
will
average
immediately
use
cancel
case.
out the
And
-1
in it,
counter,
you'd probably
allowing
be
you to
losing out on
sacrifice the
steal.
Persist creature
The only
over and
time
over and
Chronotog
over
is worth
infinitely,
using is if you're
and all you
getting in for
need
the
is a
last
Persist
4
creature,
damage,
an unlimited
which
sack
so
outlet,
many other
and your
creatures can
commander,
do
which
far
even
better.
digs for your combo
Even for
pieces
the
when she
same
enters.
mana cost.
So that's why
Even just a
this
Storm
commander
Crow will
is
likely do
evil.
more damage in a game thanks to its flying. Chronotog may be one of the most useless creatures around, but you could still do a lot worse. And at number 9, we have Urtai's Familiar. This is a 2/2 illusion with a mana cost of 1 and 1 blue. It has phasing, meaning that during your untap step, if it's phased in, it phases out, meaning that it's treated as if it doesn't exist. If it's phased out, it phases in instead. It has the abilities where, if it leaves the field or phases out, you mill 3, and you can pay 1 blue to make it so Familiar can't phase out into your next upkeep. Now, before we analyze this card further, it is worth pointing out that at the time Urtai's Familiar was printed, a 2/2 for 2 in blue was actually considered a bit above rate. However, just because this was slightly better statted than other blue creatures at the time, that doesn't make the stat line actually good. Phasing is one of the worst abilities Wizards has ever made, as only getting to use a creature every other turn means that they have to be at least twice as strong as they would normally be to see play. Familiar sort of gets around this by letting you pay to keep it around, but having to pay a blue every turn to keep Familiar from leaving is pretty awful. This really ruins your mana curve, especially if you ever happen to stumble on land drops. There is the milling ability, which could be considered an upside in certain decks, but it's pretty lackluster as a way to mill your own decks as well. You have to wait 2 turns to mill 3 cards at a time, which isn't all that great for a 2 mana card. This is important because, as we just discussed, Familiar is so bad at being a threat that trying to use it to mill yourself is probably its best use case. It's another card that gets beaten out by Stormcrow, except this one is far more complicated and asks for more mana and attention to even attempt to use. And at number 8, we have Keeper of Tresshorn. This is a 6/6 avatar with a mana cost of 5 and 1 black. It is the ability where, when it attacks and isn't blocked, it deals no combat damage this turn, and the defending player loses 2 life. This is a card that's kind of hilarious to look back on nowadays. In the modern day, we get cards like Giantosaurus and Moltani and Yargle that have ridiculous stat lines for their mana costs, but are generally awful cards because stats alone aren't enough to make a 5+ mana card good. You at least need a few keywords to give the card a bit more oomph. Now, a lot of this is because of power creep, and if these cards were ported back into alliances when Keeper was printed, people would probably play them just because there were so few good creatures at the time. But stats alone at a high mana value have never been that good. This all goes to explain that, even if Keeper didn't have this downside, it wouldn't have been overpowered, even this early in Magic's history. Jazam Jin had almost the same stat line for 2 less mana and a less harsh downside, and that was the second set of the game. However, not only does the Keeper have a downside, it's also a terrible downside that basically completely kills the card. There are 1 mana creatures with 2 power, and those can end the game just as fast as Keeper can. Your opponent really can just ignore Keeper if you ever try to attack with it,
because it's dealing so little damage each turn. The best thing that Keeper can do is block, and paying 6 mana for a blocker that can't even stop flyers is just pitiful. It's really a head scratcher as to why they thought this was necessary for a 6 mana creature with ever so slightly better stats than most 6 mana creatures at the time. But it makes a card that would be completely forgettable into something totally laughable. And at number 7, we have Avizoa. This is a 2/2 jellyfish with a mana cost of 3 and 1 blue. It has flying, so it can't be blocked except by flyers or reach creatures, and it has the ability where you can pay 0 to give Avizoa +2/+2 until end of turn. But you have to skip your next untap phase. You can only activate this ability once per turn. This is obviously pretty similar to Chronotog, but it has a slightly less bad downside. It doesn't really matter that much though, because skipping your untap step is still almost as devastating as skipping your whole turn. The main difference is that you just do get to draw a card still, but your creatures won't untap so you can't attack with them, and your lands will still be tapped from last turn. It's bad for basically all the same reasons that Chronotog is bad. But this time you're paying twice as much mana, and you get a creature that's not really that much better for the mana. It does fly and has 1 more power, but a 2/2 for 4 mana is so bad that flying alone just isn't enough to save it. Again, you'll basically never be using the ability to pump the creature. So a huge part of how you have to analyze these cards are based on just what you get when you cast the creature, and nothing else. Unfortunately, there's not too much extra analysis that we can do here. Avizoa is very similar to Chronotog, and we already know why that card sucks. Asking for twice the mana to even get the creature onto the field is really just adding insult to injury. And at number 6, we have Call to Arms. This is an enchantment for a mana cost of 1 and 1 white. It is the ability's where, as it enters, you choose a creature and an opponent. All white creatures get +1/+1 as long as the chosen color is the most common amongst the player's permanents. And whenever the chosen color isn't the most common color amongst permanents the opponent controls, you have to sacrifice Call to Arms. This is essentially just a take on Glorious Anthem, which is a pretty good card. If Call to Arms works, it's more than fine as a card. However, Call to Arms suffers from restrictions that make it wildly inconsistent. For one, it will trigger and make you sacrifice the card if the number of permanents of the color you choose and the other color are ever tied. This means that if the number of permanents of that color is 0, then you have to sacrifice the card. So before you can even cast the card, you have to wait for your opponent to have at least one enchantment or something on board, so you can choose a color. This
We've already seen some crazy reprints for the Avatar The Last Airbender set. First, we saw Force of Negation, a super powerful non-creature counterspell that lets you exile a blue card from your hand rather than pay its cost as long as it's not your turn, working as a great way to interrupt combos or protect your stuff even when you're tapped out. Now it's being reprinted here as a borderless source material card that isn't legal in standard, but these source material cards do show up in play boosters just rarely and show up more often in collector boosters. And interestingly, there is 1 source material card for each episode of the show, so 61 in total. Now back to Force of Negation, its cheapest printing right now goes for $49.73, making it a really solid inclusion, although it'll be pretty hard to pull. Another great reprint is the Great Henge. Being reprinted here is the Banyan Tree. This is a powerful green card that gets cheaper with big creatures, taps for 2 mana, gains you life, puts counters on your creatures as they enter, and keeps drawing you cards if you can keep playing creatures, which are all really great abilities. It means that most creature decks with green want it, and it's been lacking in meaningful reprints, which has led its cheapest printing to go for $63.34, and it's one of the reprints I've wanted to see the most. We've already seen some crazy reprints for the Avatar The Last Airbender.
This can be really awkward, especially against opponents who are only playing a couple of important creatures. If all your opponent plays is Shieldred the Apocalypse or a card like Heartfire Hero, which they're going to stack a lot of buffs onto, then you really won't have a choice but to remove that creature or just lose. This is the worst against control deck. They usually commit something to the board once they're in a winning position. You'll basically never even be able to cast the card until you've already lost the game. And that's a situation you'll run into a lot with Call to Arms. Even once you get Call to Arms into play successfully, your opponent will have a ton of play to this card. If they're on a 2-color deck, they could easily change their plays to force you to sacrifice Call to Arms on a lot of boards. If your opponent ever does find a way to out Call to Arms this way, or if you end up with it rotting in your hand, then the card is basically an active detriment. Call will fail to do anything so often that it usually isn't worth playing, even though it can be quite strong onto the right board states. And at number 5, we have Bazaar of Wonders. This is a world enchantment with a mana cost of 3 and 2 blue. It is the ability's where, when it enters, you exile all cards from all graveyard, and whenever a player casts a spell with the same name as a card in a graveyard or a non-token permanent in play, you counter that spell. Bazaar is a, well, bizarre effect that's pretty difficult to actually play around. The main problem is the high mana cost of Bazaar, as it takes a very long time to actually get the card into play in the first place. The idea would be to combine Bazaar with cards like Millstone to fill your opponent's graveyard with as many cards as possible to try and shut off as much of the deck as you could. But this is kind of ruined by Bazaar's Ender's ability, which will undo most of the work you've done in the game so far to set up your opponent's graveyard. This can also backfire on you pretty badly. While you will probably be using the same amount of mill to try and set up your opponent's graveyard, you're probably going to be playing a lot of removal and board wipes to try and slow down the game. This means that your graveyard is going to be getting full of instants and sorceries pretty quickly, even after resolving your Bazaar, which can easily backfire. There's a chance you'll end up blocking yourself out of playing some pretty important removal spells at key moments. You could try and get around this by playing fewer copies of all your cards, or even going singleton. At that point, you'd be lowering the quality of the cards in your deck so much that you'd lose most of your games automatically. Not to mention that the card is completely useless in Commander thanks to the singleton nature of the format, where this kind of strategy actually work in the lower games. All of this combines to make the card extremely unwieldy and generally less useful than it seems. The most mileage you'll get out of the card is just using it as a Tormund's Crypt for 5 mana, which is as awful as it sounds. And at number 4, we have Gravebind. This is an instant for 1 black. It has the effect where target creature can't be regenerated this turn, and you draw a card during the next turn's upkeep. Regeneration was an old ability that has since been phased out. Essentially how it works is the creature was regenerated, it would get a shield the next time it would be destroyed this turn, it is instead tapped, removed from combat, and all damage is removed from the creature. Now, even in its prime, regeneration was a pretty uncommon effect. While you did see it here and there, it wasn't something you would really be concerned with. Even worse, there were multiple things working against Gravebind's usefulness. For one, a ton of removal back in the day, such as Wrath of God and Terminate, already had anti-regeneration clauses baked into them. The main use case for Gravebind would be casting it, then using a removal spell on a creature with regeneration ready to go. And with a ton of removal, this was just completely unnecessary. This also goes for any exiling removal, so if you're packing Swords to Plowshares or the newer Leyline Binding, Gravebind is still completely useless. However, the final nail in the coffin for Gravebind, at least in the modern day, is that it doesn't even work against the few cards around that actually do regenerate. Maybe one of the only regenerating cards that you'd still even consider for play would be something like Thrun, the Last Troll, which is a 4/4 for 4 mana which can't be countered, has hexproof, and can regenerate, making it almost impossible to interact with. Even if you did have a fatal push with Revolt Up and Gravebind to combo and take care of Thrun, its hexproof makes it so that's not going to happen. Is this ever going to come up? Well, no, but you're also not going to have any other creatures that are regenerated in modern games anyway. The best the card can do is simply be a cantrip that lets you dig further into your deck. But since you have to wait until the next turn to draw anyway, it's not much better than any other cantrips, even the limited ones in black. Gravebind is a complete failure at every level, but at least you can cast it and draw something better, which is more than what some cards can do. And at number 3, we have Marjan. This is an 8/8 Leviathan with a mana cost of 5 and 2 blue. It is the abilities where it doesn't untap during your untapped step, and it has the Island Home abilities, meaning it can't attack unless the defending player controls an island. And if you ever run out of islands, you have to sacrifice it. You can pay 2 blue and sacrifice a creature to untap Marjan, but only during your upkeep. And you can pay 2 blue to deal 1 damage to target attacking creature without flying, but Marjan gets a -1/-0 until end of turn. And here we have the obligatory Island Home inclusion. While flavorful, making it so that you can only use the creature against 1/5 of all of your opponents is kind of a big downside. This alone already kills the use cases of the card enough, but they really went above and beyond in trying to make absolutely sure that the card would never be good by stacking more and more downsides onto this already bad card. After attacking with it for the first time, you'll have to pay mana and sacrifice an entire creature every single time you want to swing, which is far too high of a cost to pay every time you want to attack with what's effectively a vanilla 8/8. The only thing the card really does is allow you to deal some damage to attackers with its second activated ability. But paying 7 mana just to get access to the ability isn't exactly great. especially since it also makes Marjan a worse blocker at the same time. There are a ton of blue cards like this, with Leviathan and the like flooding early sets with terrible, fat fish that no one would ever consider playing. Marjan is the worst of the bunch that appears on the reserved list, but this is by no means the only card like this early on in the game. The fact that Wizards kept printing these cards despite none of them ever seeing any play early on in the game really makes you wonder what they think the game was like back in Magic's earliest day of competition. And at number 2, we have Energy Vortex. This is an enchantment with the mana cost of 3 and 2 blue. It is ability where, as it enters, choose an opponent. At the beginning of your upkeep, you remove all Vortex counters from Vortex. And during your upkeep, you can pay X to put X Vortex counters on Energy Vortex. At the beginning of the chosen opponent's upkeep, they either pay 1 or take 3 damage for each counter on Energy Vortex. Now, this is a card that may not read all that bad when you first look at it. After all, paying 1 mana to deal 3 damage to your opponent is pretty good, and being able to do that over and over again sounds amazing. However, once you analyze how this card would actually go down, you start to realize just how bad this ability actually is. How this works in practice is that you pay 5 mana to get Vortex in play. Then on your next turn, you can pay any amount of mana to put counters on the card. Then on your opponent's next turn, they have a choice. For each of those counters, they can just pay 1 mana or take 3 damage, whichever is less bad for them, and then pass back to you, and all those counters go away. Essentially, what Vortex really lets you do is pay 1 mana to maybe make your opponent pay 1 mana. But because your opponent gets to decide which one happens, the impact of this choice will always be quite low. The worst part is that, because you paid 5 mana to get Vortex into play, your opponent can respond to the next turn by playing a creature, and then you're in a terrible spot. You'll probably need your mana on that turn to go back in the game, but if you're using mana on spells, you're not putting counters on Vortex, which means that you're not getting anything out of your 5 mana investment. You could use something like Doubling Season to put more counters on Vortex, but if you get Doubling Season in play and have 5 more mana to spend on your spell, you could do far better than Vortex. Casting a Vraska Betrayal Sting allows you to just kill your opponent right away, for example. Energy Vortex is a card that requires other cards to really do anything, and even then, what it does isn't all that crazy. And at number 1, we have Divine Intervention. This is an enchantment with a mana cost of 6 and 2 white. It is the abilities where it enters with 2 intervention counters on it. And at the beginning of your upkeep, you remove an intervention counter from Divine Intervention. When the last counter is removed from intervention, the game is a draw. It's
Hardpoint. You want to clear your name? This is where it happens. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Get down. Look out there, sharpshooters.
Come to Butthead.
Hardpoint located.
Got one. Front.
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Enemy sniper shooting.
You gotta be kidding me!
Enemy in the open.
Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint locked down.
Confirming kill. Got contact.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Shot's good.
Hardpoint located. Hardpoint active.
Enemy sniper shooting.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. If you're planning on giving up, do it now. If not, get to work. Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles at the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Bobtron, new anime girl skin.
Domination. Go time. Capture the objective. Secure at C. Charlie secured. Taking Bravo underway. We're losing Charlie. All zones lost. We have to take this objective. Secure at Zone A. Bravo zone secure. Alpha secure. Losing Bravo. We're losing Alpha. Stay down. We're losing all zones. Losing A. We're losing Alpha. Sniper, get down. Eyes on enemy. Enemies down. Losing C. 5 straight. Bravo lost. Take it B. Taking a shot. Beginning down capture. Charlie. Cover me. Locking down Bravo. Enemy sniper shooting. You hand it out, you better be ready to take it. Secure it, B. Starting capture. B secured. Sniper, get down. Losing A. Losing Bravo. We're losing Alpha.
I'm on the objective.
Taking C. Taking the objective. Watch my 6. Losing B. We lost B. Zone C secure. They're taking C. Losing A. Taking Bravo underway. We lost C. Locking it down. Locking it off. Kill. They're taking all zones. Bravo. Bravo lost. Secure Charlie.
Enemy long rifle is. You fucking blind? This objective. Check capture in progress.
The fuck's going on out there? Tighten up and show you spine.
Expect resistance.
Bravo's on. Losing A.
Enemy sniper shooting.
Losing B. We've lost Alpha.
Sniper, get down.
Zone Alpha captured. Losing Bravo. RTB, Black Ops. We need to have a fucking
This is Weaver.
conversation.
We need immediate extract. Mission's a train wreck.
Understood. This is what it takes.
Hardpoint is secure. Nice. We're pulling ahead.
One by.
For fuck's sake!
Hardpoint located. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint active.
Sniper, get down.
Hardpoint locked down.
Engaging shooter.
Hardpoint identified.
Confirming hostile. Haven't you heard? No one stays dead anymore.
Hardpoint is
Confirming
active.
kills.
Hardpoint is secure. Hostile captured the hardpoint.
Hostile shooter. Snipers.
Hardpoint located. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
I will continue to be silly for the end of my days.
Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Sniper.
Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
Get fucked.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint located. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint is secure.
Hostile foot patrol. You're done.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Hostile sighted. Enemy sniper shooting.
Hardpoint identified.
Enemy marksman shooting.
Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint locked down.
Sniper, get down. Took out their sharpshooter. Sighted on target. Smoke them. Red down.
Sniper working. Nick, we have the edge, but don't get cocky. This shit ain't over. Hardpoint located. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint active.
That was a very nice shot.
Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified.
Hostile. Just have to play the wheel.
Hardpoint set. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Sniper working.
Hardpoint locked down.
Enemy sniper shooting.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint located. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Hostile long gun neutral. Where are you going? Body drop.
Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint's active. Hardpoint locked down.
What a fucking hater.
All mission objectives met. Way to make me proud.
Take cover.
Be me. 18. Feminist. Proud to run a huge Instagram page for women's empowerment. Got over 40,000 followers now for reminding women that men suck and we rule the world. We have a weekly series called Fix Your Energy Sis, known for roasting male dating profiles. Built my whole platform helping women weed out low-effort men. Even got called the female Andrew Tate once, but woke. You, I have hair, bro. Half my comments are dudes saying I must be single. Other half are girls saying they wish they had my confidence. Secretly, both are wrong. I'm just really good at curating the feed. Like my life is a Pinterest board for hating men. My best reel was this guy who compared Tinder to a job hunt. I apply 100 times a day, get ghosted by HR every time. I laughed for 3 minutes, captioned it, maybe the problem is you don't qualify. Comments went wild, but one guy commented, try dating as a man for 1 week, bet you fold. Comments started getting lots of likes. His other bozo guy friends started commenting the same thing too. Didn't even hesitate. Men need to try harder and this experiment will prove it. Replied. Challenge accepted. Plan to turn it into content. Ready to crush it since I always give the best pickup lines to men. Taught men how they really need to talk and say things like, hey, I just wanted to say I respect your boundaries, unless they include not talking to me. Thought I was going to break the algorithm again. Downloaded a bunch of dating apps. Thinking whose pics to use. I can't just use some regular ugly dude because what if he actually gets less matches, lol? Probably gonna ask my brother. He's pretty good looking. Gonna run this challenge on easy mode. Should be able to prove these incels wrong. Used my brother's old pics. He's 30. Good jawline. Friendly vibe. Bio was basic, but solid. Plant dad. Software development, love dogs, and Sunday pancakes. Added 1 gym selfie, 1 travel pic, and no shirtless ones. Duh. Girls say they want a good guy, so that's what I made. Before launching, I made a voice note to the group chat. Gonna pull baddies in 24 hours? Watch this. The girls hyped me up. Men just don't try hard enough. Felt like I was about to win a court case. Like my brother was about to become Exhibit A for proof women are just better. Even considered doing a TED talk after Why Men Suck, a data-driven humiliation. No idea I was walking into a digital brick wall. Day 1. First thing in the morning, created accounts on Tinder, Hinge, Bumble. Was honestly excited. Felt like I was doing a social experiment for the people. Started swiping. An hour later, and like 40 to 50 swipes in, no matches. Figured maybe it takes time to warm up. Algorithm has to trust the account, I told myself. Kinda annoyed though. I know I'm right, but why is it always when you're right, the universe tries to prove you're not? Even changed my location. Maybe my area just had too many boring women, even though that literally makes no sense. Guys always tell me it's a numbers game, so I started playing like it was bingo. Whatever. Still have 6 days left. I'm a feminist, so of course I'm not going down without a fight. Went to bed kinda smug, like, they're not ready for how I'm gonna crush this. 3 hours. Check. This time. Jessica, 37, single mom, and a bit curvy. I think it's a great start. Diversity is amazing, and men need to learn that. Let's go. I'm already ovulating at the thought of those incels getting wrecked. Whip out my signature pickup line. Hey, I just wanted to... Unless you're not talking to me. Go to the toilet. Can't wait for my line. Come back 5 minutes later. Got unmatched. What the duck? Actually feel my blood pressure start to rise. Almost faint. Not being able to... Yeah, must be a bot. Or not behind some female account. Because if it's going to be like this, then I want to quit already. Feels worse than dying. Whatever. Sat there staring at the blank screen. Felt weirdly insulted. Then reminded myself this is exactly why men need to step up. For what is you, it's not rejection. Setting boundaries. Men should respect that instead of crying about it. Still stung though, but I told myself I was acting data for the cause. Day 2 up. 1 match on Tinder. Typed out a basic opener. Hey, your dog is adorable. What's his name? No reply except some weird link. Opened it just to realize the 1 match I got was some bot trying to bait me into buying her OnlyFans. Somehow got unmatched by the bot in 2 hours. Still 0 matches. Kept telling myself maybe I need better lighting on the pics. It's not the content, the angle. Decided to ask my girl squad on Insta what their dating app experiences were like. Ladies, how many messages do you get on dating apps in a day? One girl said 76, Another said she deletes the app every few days because it's too much. Started feeling, I don't know, tension in my chest. The other guys replied asking me to show the results as we went along. Myself just adjusting it as a growth exercise. Day 3. Got one match on Hinge. Cute girl, long hair with a puppy. Opened with, "Hey, I love your aesthetic. Cute dog too. What's her name?" She replied, "The X." Typed back, "What breed is she?" Left on scene. 2 hours unmatched. Made a TikTok. Smiling, but it was fake. Captioned, "Day 3 proving that was guys saying, 'Now you get it.' Saying, 'He's just not hot enough.' Like? It's my brother's face, and he's objectively pretty good looking. Just like me. LOL. Day 4. Got flagged on Hinge. Email said I violated guide. Had was with the girl with the cute dog. Replied with 3 letters and ghosted me. LOL. Guess she reported me. Thought about making it a reel. Dating tip number 182. Existing politely is now harassment. Instagram story that night. Reminder. Being a man you are past to be boring. Raise your game. But deep down, it wasn't even about being boring. No credence, no aggressive stuff. Just polite, thoughtful openers. And still got treated like spam. Must be the wrong group of women. Everything is probability, right? I must be getting a grump. Day 5. No new matches on Tinder or Hinge. Finally get one on Bumble. Girl has weird angle photos, barely any bio. But desperate times. She opens with, "Hey daddy, you into fun?" Weird vibe, but maybe she's just spicy. Reply, "Hey there, you seem cool. What kind of fun?" She drops a link. Click here to see my private snaps. Luck. By a premium Snapchat. Reporting the profile. App says, "Thank you, we'll review this." Profile still online next day. So bots are fine, but I get saying hi. Friends kept asking for, "How's it going, girl?" Kept deflecting. Algorithms punishing new accounts. The engagement curves delayed. Literally invented excuses faster than ChatGPT. Then I saw a TikTok stitch of my day 3 rant. A dude made a react. Thought being a contender 1,000 likes in like 2 hours. Was frozen on his thumbnail mid-sentence. One guy DM'd me, "Now multiply that by 10 years. Almost replied with sympathy, but stopped. Can't let them win. Never let them saw the convo. Matches I got in total, either unmatched or to link. One literally replied, "Wanna make money, daddy?" I'm pretending to be a software dev, not a desperate simp. Made a rant. Can we talk about the epidemic on the that? Got saying, "Welcome to our daily life." Every day is just spam, rejection, humiliation. Kind of want to argue, but couldn't even come up with a comeback. Deleted the story. Thought about purposes. But then remembered that's what guys do when they're desperate. And I'm not desperate. I'm just committed to strategy. 6. Tried swiping again with new hope. Adjusted the bio to be more fun. Voted best brunch maker 2021. Even tried matching with profiles I normally would have roasted. One girl looked like she took pics with a calculator. Still, no response. Not even a which somehow felt worse. Reread the old rejection from day 3, realized she unmatched and reported me after I asked about her dog. A dog. How did you get unmatched and reported for talking about it? Checked my brother's old out of curiosity. The only ones there were chats where nobody reported bots. Realized mine were way better. Still got the same results though, so maybe effort isn't the magic bullet I thought it was. Posted another TikTok. Captioned, "Starting to think men aren't the problem after all. But I was lying. Still to hold on to some superiority. Or I'll lose all too, LOL. Just realized I'm emotional, huh?" Then again, maybe women are emotional because men make us that way. They disappear, they cheat, they lie about intentions. So yeah, if a guy feels ignored online, maybe he's just paying more. So men in these apps, right? Maybe they just coded their own psyche when you think about it. They swipe like gamblers, then cry when the machine doesn't love them back. Maybe it's not even women. Maybe they just hate not being chosen. up to no notifications, checked my phone 3 times in 10 minutes, downloaded a 4th app just to try. One of my girlies recommended it for when she was going on a it's called OKCUDOL. Bio imported from Hinge. One message, you want to join my premium room? Another, I like your vibes, join my Telegram? Just stared at screen. Why is a man online like spam? Imagining if my actual brother ever did this. Like, every single day? No attention. Just scams, ghosts, dead chats, and that's if you're lucky. If not, I'm banned. I didn't think piece about this. I went undercover as a man and realized dating is a probably would get 1 million reads, but then I'd have to admit the guys were right. And that's just not happening, because they're not right. Opened Instagram, read comments from the original challenge accepted post. Top like one said she's going by day 6 and some excuse. Felt attacked. That was exactly what I was planning to do. Called my brother that night, told him what happened, expected him to say something like, damn, that's insane. Instead, he just said, yeah, that's just how it is, like it was normal, like every guy just wakes up expecting this. Told him the stats, 9 matches, 5 scams, 0 conversations. He just went, yep. Said it's not about effort. It's about being invisible unless you're rich. I tried. Then I realized I had nothing. But of course, I told myself he was just being negative, still convinced men just need better energy. Spent night in bed, lights off, phone on do not disturb, refreshing, one message would land. Even a scammer. Even nothing. Scrolled my own old photos. Wondered if I'd match with myself. Probably not. Tried messaging one of the old matches again. Said, hey, week been. Match already? Spring into a void. If I charge $19.99 for premium access. Day 8. Officially gave up. Deleted all the apps. Reopened Instagram. Posted a photo of myself with the caption, being seen isn't the same as being chosen. Girls hyped me up. Preach, queen. They could never handle you. I didn't believe it. Not this time. Wrote in Notes app. I used to say men are entitled for wanting attention. Now I see they just want someone to care they exist. But never posted that one. Well, since mommy issues lucky, but real too. And pretty raw. Told it's the system that's broken. Not me. Not women. Not society. Just the apps and stuff aren't coded right. Nah, right? Day 9. Couldn't sleep. Kept playing comment in my head. She's going to delete the app by day 6 and blame vibes. Okay, yeah, maybe they were right, but did they have to be split? Decided to finally post a video. Sat down with ring light, hair done, lashes. Wanted to look composed, but also honest. Caption. I tried dating apps as a man for a week. Here's what happened. Opened with my usual tone, cheeky, confident. So remember when I said dating apps aren't hard for guys? Yeah, about that. Explained the profile. Normal, polite messages, clear bio. Then said what? People 3 apps. 5 were bots. Matched after 1 message. The other 2 were line scams. Paused, inhaled, then added, I didn't get a single actual conversation going. Comments came in fast. Men, told you. Now multiply that straight. One guy said, that's just Tinder with the training wheels off. Girls, OMG, no. Maybe them too much. LOL. Needed more masculine energy. Read those and wanted to scream. Felt that weird pull, like I had to defend my failure, even though it wasn't really mine. Made another post on stories. Background. If dating apps are so full of fake accounts, how are men supposed to be real? Added poll, for men only. Have you ever been ghosted for saying hi? 75% yes. 25% were women who still voted either way, replying saying, just like try opening it. He said hi. What do you want? A net trailer? Commented back to the guy who started it all, the OG Challenge You guy. His name was Josh. Messaged him privately. Okay, you were right. It's brutal. Glad you saw it yourself. No, tired sounding. Asked him, do you think men are just invisible now? said, invisible until rich, unjacked until funny, or until they quit trying. Deep in my chest, not because I pitied them, but because for once I got a glimpse of their silence. Next post, recorded face to cam, no makeup time, just me in a hoodie, said, I learned a lot from this, but honestly, dating apps broke too many bots, too many fake profiles, too much performative stuff. People don't talk like humans anymore. Tried to soften the blow. I'm not saying have it hard, pause, but they don't exactly have it easy either. Asked my audience, men, when did you stop expecting replies? Do you ever get tired of reaching out first? Do you feel like when they want something? Posted a screenshot of my stats. 9 matches, 5 were scams. Captioned, this is what happens when you rule. Got deep. Said, welcome to the inbox desert. We've got tumbleweeds and trauma. Laughed harder than I should have. Kinda wanted to ask him more. Like, how do you even keep trying after years of this? But then I remembered my brand isn't empathy for men. It's accountability queen. And you can't be both. Wrote in notes, seeing a man online isn't rejection. It's not even disappointment. It's being processed spam before you even speak. Left there for now. But the weirdest part? I missed being seen, even in superficial ways, even from the weirdos, even from the one damn girl. This experiment shook something loose in me. Not just dating, but about effort. About how to be on the outside, even when you're polite, thoughtful, normal. And maybe that's why guys seem cold now, why they stop trying. They lack game, give up tune, because they're not even in the game. But also, maybe I'm overthinking it. Guys act like dating is war, but honestly, if they just smiled more, opened better, maybe they'd get somewhere. Like I said, is everything. Last post, photo of a shop window. Caption, I didn't fail. I just found the door was never built for you. 1,000 likes. All women. Men didn't even react. Maybe they're used to no one listening. Maybe they stopped talking. Well, I get it, sort of. But don't get me wrong. Still another problem. They need to do better, but maybe they'll do. Again, still not going to pretend men don't create most of the problems. Ghost. They play games. They have pick names. So yeah, maybe dating apps, but maybe men made them that way. I don't know. Just trying to make sense of it. But like, maybe if they actually tried more, they wouldn't feel invisible. But it kind of is too. Anyways, what do you think? Curious to know. Drop it in the comments. I'll read them all. Maybe.
hard point. Windows open. Go, go, go! Point is secure. Hard point identified. Hard point is active. Hostiles have the hard point locked down. The lead is ours. Hostiles have the hard point.
Long gun.
We've given up the lead.
Hostile long gun neutralized.
Hard point is secure.
Target appears hostile.
Hard point located. Hard point active. Hostiles have hard point.
Sniper working.
Hard point locked down. Hostiles have captured the hard.
That's a mover. Hostile threat down.
Is secure. Point identified. Hard point is active. Hard point locked down. We've got advantage. Now hold it.
Eyes on it.
Hostiles have the hard. Hard
Look ready
point
to take him.
hard point active.
Body drop.
The hard point. Point is secure. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point locked down.
Neutralized.
Point identified. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point is secure. Hard point is active. Hard point locked down.
Sniper, take cover.
The hard point. Hard point is secure. Hard point located. Right where we want them. Finish the job. Hard point locked down.
Hostile gun.
Imperial.
Captured the hard point. Hard point secure. You made it look easy.
Good Crimson, mission success.
No, it wasn't me. Ah.
Taking A.
Assist me on this OBJ.
Alpha secure. Locking down Bravo.
We have to take this objective. Snipe, take cover.
Knocked down. Losing Bravo. The lead. Hostiles reclaim the lead. We lost B. Securing B.
I'm on it.
B secured. Taking C. We've taken the lead. Stay on task. Location secure. Maintaining current posture. Losing B. Charlie. Bravo. We're losing Alpha. We lost C. Losing B.
Long gun.
Losing A. Taking down Charlie. Losing Bravo. We're losing Alpha. Losing B. A. All zones lost.
Tango frag. Move up.
Securing
Marksman is
zone
down.
A.
The objective. Watch my six. Heading for patrol.
Securing C. Zone Alpha captured. We're losing Alpha. Bravo underway. Losing A. We lost all zones. Taking B. Bravo zone secure. Losing Bravo. Taking Alpha. Losing B. Charlie.
The enemy. In progress.
Zone Charlie lockdown. Losing Bravo.
See you.
Go.
Losing Bravo. Losing B. We're losing Charlie.
Hostile lockdown.
We lost B. They're taking C.
Hostile dust.
Taking Bravo away.
Stay on this OBJ. I'm on the objective.
Bravo is ours. Losing Bravo. Bravo lost.
These fucking people.
We're losing Charlie. Taking C. We're losing Charlie.
Take. Smoked it.
They're taking C. We're losing Charlie.
Sniper.
They've taken the lead.
Clean kill.
Locking down Bravo. He locked down.
Shooter in the
Bravo.
Assaulting through.
They're taking C. They're falling behind Crimson. Security B.
Take this objective. Engaging mover.
Taking B. We're losing Charlie.
Hostile. Fancy seeing you here.
There's no faith.
Alpha. They're taking C. Zone's lost.
Smoked them.
Secure Charlie.
Taking the objective. Watch my six.
Charlie secure. Taking Bravo underway. Taking A. We're losing Charlie. Zone A secure. Taking C. Securing B. We lost A.
Eyes on hostile.
B secured. Losing B. Bravo lost. You're supposed to be the CIA's best. Act like it. Locking down Bravo.
Target sighted.
The CIA against a handful of goddamn criminals. This is the best.
Mission's bad. Get us out of here.
It was once the king of fried chicken, but now KFC is getting cooked. Colonel Sanders launched the fried chicken empire back in 1930 in Corbin, Kentucky. Today, it boasts over 30,000 locations in 150 countries. But lately, the Colonel isn't doing so well. Kentucky Fried Chicken is falling behind its rivals like Chick-fil-A and Popeyes. Customers are disappearing, stores are closing, and the franchise just can't keep up. So what happened? Today on the Infographics Show, we look at the decline of KFC. KFC built its brand on that golden, crispy coating made with a secret blend of 11 herbs and spices, and that secret part is no gimmick. KFC made a really big deal about keeping its recipe secret from customers and other competitors. They keep a copy of the recipe written by the Colonel in a vault in the company's Louisville headquarters. They even contract different companies for the ingredients so none of them can know everything that goes into the recipe. But things aren't going so well in the Colonel's home. In August 2024, 25 KFC restaurants in the Midwest, Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin closed their doors with no warning. Locals were left completely chickenless and confused as to why their local KFC shut down with little explanation. Globally, the Colonel's future is looking even more in danger. In countries like Turkey, KFC's strong association with the United States has made it a target of widespread boycotts. This has led to 283 KFC stores in the country shutting down seemingly overnight after their operator, Isgita, declared bankruptcy. In the US, KFC fell to 5th place amongst chicken-based fast food chains, even among a general growth in the market. Though it lost first place to Chick-fil-A and Popeyes a long time ago, in 2025 the Colonel was surpassed by Wingstop, which experienced a shocking 41% growth in 1 year, and Raising Cane, which experienced 31% growth. That brought up their sales to $4.7 and $5.2 billion respectively, while KFC only managed sales of $4.3 billion. So what happened to the once mighty fast food giant, easily sitting atop of the US fried chicken game? Well, KFC has absolutely failed to keep up with the changing consumer and fast food landscape. First of all, as it relates to price. As with several fast food companies, KFC is effective in and consumers feeling power. After all, fast food is supposed to be the cheapest option for dining. The idea is customers will accept plain dining areas and overall lower quality, unhealthier food as long as they don't have to shell out too much money for it. But that's no longer the case for KFC, and because of the product it focuses on, chicken, its prices have been hit harder than most other chains. Repeating epidemics of bird flu have wreaked havoc on poultry farms, as anyone following the relentless media focus on egg prices knows. In just the last quarter of 2024, more than 20 million egg-laying chickens died of bird flu. While the percentage of birds always die of disease, the 20 million figure is a new horrific record. However, if eggs are getting more expensive because of infected and dead chickens, it follows that poultry prices are getting more expensive as well. The difference might not be as marked because of the ways in which egg and poultry production differs. Chickens can be frozen and stored for much longer than eggs, allowing farmers to have a backup supply for one. But the fact remains, chicken still has become more expensive. Even though prices for pretty much everything are rising all the time, as your dwindling bank account shows, prices for food, particularly poultry, are rising faster than the general rate of inflation. The Consumer Price Index, CPI, went up by 0.2% from April 2025 to May 2025. The price for food from groceries and supermarkets went up by a similar amount, ending up 2.2% higher than in May of 2024. However, during the same period from April 2025 to May 2025, poultry prices rose by 0.5%, ending up 2.5% higher than they were in May 2024. They're predicted to increase another 2.3% by the end of 2025. This is due to a combination of bird flu disruptions and higher demand for chicken as the prices of other meats like beef and veal increased by 8.6% from 1 year to the next. Things aren't looking much better in the near future, as the USDA predicted that poultry prices in the US are going to be steadily rising over the next 10 years. And when your brand is laser focused on selling chicken, any faster than average increase in prices can spell trouble for your business. After all, KFC can't pivot as easily as other fast food chains to offering other types of meals. Buckets of chicken is kinda their whole thing. As a result, prices at KFC have gone up exponentially. Though it's hard to find exact data on the price changes, likely something KFC doesn't want plastered all over the internet, a 10-piece meal deal used to cost $9.99 in the late 1990s. The cost today, $33.99 for the exact same meal. Well, not the exact same, as many consumers would argue that it tastes much worse, but we'll get to that soon. Now, you might logically point out that inflation would naturally make prices go up, but $9.99 in 1998 dollars is equivalent to $19.70 today. So it's clear that inflation is not the only problem. And the issues with KFC pricing have become very public thanks to online forums and social media. In March 2025, a post on Reddit about a single KFC drumstick costing $4.79 drew hundreds of likes and comments. A video on TikTok went viral after a woman went to the platform in shock to share that she just paid $59.04 for a 16-piece meal with 4 sides and 3 chicken tenders. To make things worse, it seems that KFC is participating in a trend a lot of companies have adopted during a time of skyrocketing inflation and weak wage growth: shrinkflation. Essentially, that's when companies offer less of a product than they usually do at a similar or even slightly higher price in order to cut costs. The Daily Dot published an article about TikToker Katie Espinoza, whose video went viral with 160,000 views after she ordered a family-style meal bucket from KFC and saw that the sides were comparatively tiny. She then went to show off the shockingly small size of the sides on social media, saying, "When did KFC get so stingy with their mashed potatoes with their bucket? How is this corn supposed to feed 4 people?" A lot of commenters pointed out that KFC had suspiciously changed their wording in some of their menu items, offering individual sides instead of family sides, but for family meals. Other customers pointed out that their chicken had less and less meat, more bones, and flat-out inedible pieces in it, making their increasingly pricey KFC order feel like a waste. These crazy price increases aren't just limited to the US, as Australian site TheBuzz.com observed that KFC has raised prices way faster than the rate of inflation. Some menu items increased 25% in price in just 1 year from 2024 to 2025. The price of the popular KFC Zinger combo in Australia, for example, has gone from $8.95 to $10.95 in Aussie dollars, an increase of 22%, while the price of the nuggets has gone up by 25%. The average price increase on the KFC menu in the land down under stands at around 14.7%. That's a huge number that far surpasses international giant McDonald's and local fast food rivals like Macca's, which just saw an 8% price increase over the exact same year. Grocerant guru Steven Johnson from Food Service Solutions has studied KFC's evolution and notes that the company that was once perceived as a leader in value has lost that reputation. As he says, consumers no longer see KFC as an affordable option, with premium pricing driving customers toward lower-cost alternatives with higher perceived value. Another problem is that KFC built its brand on offering value with its giant family-style meals, selling buckets of fried chicken to groups at a decent price. That leaves the company with less flexibility when it comes to offering smaller portions of food with affordable prices. Meanwhile, competitors like Raising Cane's and Dave's Hot Chicken have quickly caught on to the fact that consumers' wages are getting them less far than ever. So they offer plenty of value options on their menu that have increased their competitiveness. Popeyes, for example, has a $5 3-piece chicken meal for people who aren't going to go out to eat with 3 kids or half of their friends. Not to mention the quality of what consumers are paying for has gone downhill fast, and customers have noticed. There's a reason why people are now flocking to other franchises. They're making better chicken. In the 2023 American Customer Satisfaction Index (ACSI) restaurant study, customers rated Chick-fil-A, KFC's direct competitor, as their favorite fast food chain in the country for 9 straight years. Perhaps that explains why Chick-fil-A unseated KFC as the U.S.'s top chicken chain in 2014 and why its market share continues to skyrocket upwards, reaching 45.5% in 2023, a huge increase from 38.3% the year before. Meanwhile, KFC didn't just slide to second place, but third in 2023, mostly due to issues with quality, reporting 11.3% of the market share in 2023, as opposed to Popeyes, which captured 11.9% of the U.S. market. As mentioned before, in 2025, it has been overtaken by yet another 2 franchises as well, relegating it to 5th place in overall market share. On websites like Reddit and Quora, you can find an endless number of threads dedicated to why KFC chicken doesn't taste as good as it used to. Customers often wonder what happened to the taste. Many former employees attribute the changes to greed on the part of the company. KFC cut worker hours and hired less experienced employees who they can pay lower wages, resulting in worse service. They also started getting lower quality ingredients and supplies, including smaller chicken cuts and instant packet gravy in the place of gravy made in-house. The former employee then summarizes the problem, saying, "Subpar work and subpar kitchen cleanliness leads to worse products, but their profits go up, so they keep doing it." The problem is, KFC customers are starting to notice. The fast food chain gets rated horribly on food quality and customer service. Those combined issues amount to 80% of all complaints against the fast food chain, according to the Better Business Bureau and other consumer reporting services. But surely every fast food chain gets complaints, you might be thinking, and you would be right, but not nearly as many as KFC. To put it into perspective, Wendy's averages 1,500 official complaints per month, with a resolution rate of 90%. Burger King averages 2,000 complaints a month with a resolution rate of 88%, and Chick-fil-A averages only 500 complaints a month and manages to resolve 95% of them. KFC averages 5,500 complaints per month. No wonder people prefer Chick-fil-A. What's even worse is that KFC's resolution rate is also the lowest, with only about 75% of official customer complaints resolved. As professor of hospitality management at Cornell University, Dr. Amelia Nguyen explains, it suggests a systemic issue with how the company handles service recovery. When customers feel ignored or brushed off after voicing a legitimate grievance, it erodes trust and makes them far less likely to return in the future. So not only are customers more likely to leave KFC disappointed by their food, and they're likely to get their issue addressed and then come back at all. Major food-oriented publications have also noticed the chain's quality decline. In February 2025, Food Republic tried and rated 12 chicken chain. Dead last. Reviewers had this to say about their experience. In every metric I considered, KFC missed the mark. The restaurant I visited was simply sad. The staff didn't seem remotely happy to be. They go on to add, the tender very much matched the feel of the restaurant. Ouch. Worst of all, KFC has failed to realize they are not the only competition in town anymore. When it first opened up, it was pretty much the only fried chicken fast food franchise. That's no longer the case. Huge franchises like Popeyes have surpassed the chain in quality and left it in terms of sales. There's also small regional franchises, Raising Cane's, Slimkins, and Dave's Hot Chicken, just to name a few, that have moved in on the fried chicken game since KFC's start. And the chain is now facing competition from yet another source: markets and convenience stores. Nationwide retailers like Costco and Kroger sell cooked rotisserie chickens and full meal deals in their stores that usually come at a much lower price than KFC. Costco sells 3-pound rotisserie chickens for just $4.99. Meanwhile, the KFC Dunk It bucket, which includes just a few chicken tenders plus fries and potato poppers, sells for $7. For most families trying to eat well and cheaply, picking between Costco and KFC is a no-brainer. In order to stay competitive, KFC would have to either vastly improve the quality of its product, decrease their prices, or offer a better overall experience. And as we have seen so far, it has done none of that. In 2024, competitors like Wingstop, Zaxby's, Bojangles, Popeyes, and Chick-fil-A all ramped up their spending, while KFC cut back. That doesn't exactly scream confidence in the brand's future, and the numbers seem to back that up. Yum Brands has noted 3 straight quarters of profit decline for KFC in 2024. Same-store sales have declined by 5% in the third quarter, and global sales went down by 4%. Restaurant Dive's April 2025 coverage of Circana's U.S. restaurant ranking confirmed the trend. Every major fried chicken chain saw increased spending in 2024, except KFC. Sales fell to $4.34 billion, down 4% from the company's previous year. Like short-term financial is not helping the company's long-term outlook. The other problem that KFC has run into is that customers today are more health conscious than ever. While fast food giants have been spiking their prices up to new heights, healthy food has become relatively more affordable. This means that people are turned off of fast food rows and in fact, from 2014 to 2025, fast food prices in the U.S. have risen a whopping 47%. Wallet Hub found in states with lower median incomes like Kentucky, the average resident ends up spending 0.5% of their monthly income on just one family outing at a fast food restaurant. So why spend so much money on a meal that is meh at best and is also sure to send you to the doctor faster? As fast food prices rise and more people turn to healthier options, KFC finds itself in a tough spot. This is the brand, after all, the one that introduced the infamous Double Down, a sandwich that ditched the bun and instead smashed bacon, melted cheese, and sauce between 2 slabs of fried chicken. Now it has a lot of work to do in order to repair its image as the most artery-blocking fast food chain. Surprisingly, in what might be a bright spot for the company's future, it seems that the work KFC has been doing to appeal to a more health-minded consumer has been paying off. Ann Arbor-based consultancy CFI Group surveyed 1,200 fast food consumers and found that 17% of KFC customers said at least part of the reason they prefer the brand was because of its healthy menu items. Changes to the KFC menu, like the inclusion of grilled chicken, plus the general perception of chicken as healthier than red meat, might have helped turn at least some consumers' minds around. Statistics like these show that not all is lost for the KFC brand. There are still plenty of positive things happening within the company and ways it can course correct to experience more growth in the future. To keep up with changing consumer tastes, KFC Global started a spin-off restaurant called Saucy, which opened in Orlando, Florida in December 2024. This store will focus on chicken tenders, which offer more value for a customer's dollar, served with 11 different sauces that people can choose from. The company aims to make its sauces the new focus of the appropriately named Saucy spin-off, rather than the chicken itself, in order to stand out amongst the competition. In addition, executives at the company seem to finally realize that drastic action is needed to put KFC back on top. That's why in 2025, they're executing a series of actions under the slogan Kentucky Fried Comeback, aimed at getting customers back on board. These include the Free Bucket on Us promotion, which gives customers who order at least $15 worth of KFC through the app or website a free 8-piece bucket of chicken or tenders, and the return of $7 fill-ups. KFC hopes that these offers will make their products more affordable and get back some of the more price-conscious customers that have recently been disappearing. To reach out to a younger market, KFC is introducing bold new food and flavors like Kentucky Fried Pickles, served with comeback sauce. They're also doing social media collaborations with chefs like Maddie Matheson, who is now promoting KFC on YouTube and Twitch. But these moves far from guarantee a Kentucky Fried comeback for the massive chicken franchise. First and most concerning is the fact that KFC can't even decide on who is going to lead them into a new, brighter chapter. In just the last 2 years, the company shuffled almost its entire U.S. executive team. 2025 kicked off with Scott Mezvinsky taking over as division CEO after years with the parent company Yum Brands. Catherine Tan Gillespie followed, stepping in as president of KFC in the U.S. in April, replacing Turin Lal, who had only held the job since 2022. And that's not all. Since mid-2023, the company has named a new Chief Digital Officer, Chief People Officer, Chief Development Officer, Chief Operations Officer, and even a new Chief New Concept Officer. So while the menu hasn't changed much, everything behind the counter definitely has. If you're confused by all of this, so is KFC. Promoting and hiring a whole new executive team might help shake things up, but it's also very disorienting for such a huge company, and it might signal desperation to make changes rather than any planned-out strategy. In February 2025, Yum Brands announced that they would be moving their headquarters from the historic Louisville, Kentucky address to Plano, Texas, where much of KFC's operations had already been relocating over the past few years anyway, and Irvine, California. This relocation makes sense for tax reasons, as Texas has a much lower corporate tax rate of only 0.331% on company sales, while Kentucky institutes a 5% corporate tax rate on profits. It's partly the reason why many other companies, like Elon Musk's SpaceX, has moved headquarters. But KFC and its parent company both moving away from the place that gave birth to the franchise and the state it's named after, purely for financial reasons, is a little more troubling. Even more concerning is that Yum Brands doesn't seem to understand the fatal flaws that have led to the decline of KFC in the first place. People want better food at more affordable prices, but Joe Park, Yum Brands' Chief Digital and Technology Officer, recently told the Wall Street Journal that the company wanted to focus on AI and ordering kiosks to help sales. Park believes that personalizing promotions for different customers and locations will help the brand recover, rather than, making better chicken at prices people can afford. This hasn't inspired much hope in former customers and market observers that KFC's on the path to truly returning to its former glory. And as if KFC's business problems weren't enough, there's also the time it got caught up in one of the most shocking true crime stories ever. Watch KFC Murder Massacre Kidnapping that shocked FBI, or click on this video instead.
踊り笑い全ては混沌の中に飲み込まれていく。それは世界の終焉であり新たなる始まりでもあるのだった。
Bad guy, 12 o'clock.
We've taken the lead. Stay on task. We've given up the lead.
Sniper, take cover. Hostile front.
lead is ours.
Eyes on hostile long gun. Sniper, take cover. Hostile long gun neutralized. That's 5. Crimson actual target is down.
Six in a row. Seven.
Target appears hostile. See you never, asshole.
That's right, Recon Girl. We tell them. See you never, asshole.
Shooter in the open. Shot's good.
Ah!
Do you think that's funny?
You're falling behind, Crimson.
Eyes on enemy.
We claimed the advantage, now hold it.
Good effect on target.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sniper, take cover. Sharpshooter threat removed.
No! He's like, let me just pop up on that wall.
We've given up the lead.
Taking a shot. Clean kill.
Ah! Ah!
They've taken the lead.
Gotta start somewhere. Hostile gone.
That dingus. Wait, you're allowed to use knives? How is he using knives?
MPC's nearly dry. Get serious, Crimson.
Move up. Marksman is down.
We're winning. Keep it that way.
Enemy foot patrol.
Stand down, Crimson. We have what we came for.
That's how the CIA gets it done. Confirming kill. That's 5.
Black Ops. Take it B. We're losing Alpha. Bravo zone secure. We got the lead. Now hold it. Losing B.
Ooh!
Zone A secure. We lost B. We're losing Charlie. Bravo is ours. Losing A.
1, 2.
We're losing Alpha. Lost A. Take it C. Losing Bravo. Lock it down, Charlie. We lost all zones. You've fallen behind. Secure at C.
God damn it!
Hostile. Secure at B. Taking A. Secure an Alpha. Alpha secure. Taking Bravo underway. Lock it down, Bravo. Secure at B. Take him out. Lead guard. We've taken control. This shit ain't working. We lost the advantage. Take cover. Come on, you're losing this fight. Damn it, we've lost the lead. Lead guard.
Target appears hostile.
This shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage.
Shield charge.
Nice. We're pulling ahead.
Nice try. Ah, what a dick.
a final push. Hope you left some in the tank.
God damn, I love the taste of victory.
Hotel Sierra.
Game we saw, we fucking dominated.
This asshole, everybody. This asshole.
Capture the objective. Securing Zone A. Taking Bravo underway.
That's how you know motherfuckers are desperate to get rid of you.
Bravo zone secure. Losing A. We got the lead. Now hold it. We're losing Alpha. Securing Charlie. C. Securing C.
Eyes on
Bravo locked. Control Zone C. Losing A. Taking B. We're losing Alpha. We're losing Charlie. All locations secured. Hold your position. Taking Alpha. We've lost Charlie. Locking down Charlie. Losing Bravo.
13.
B locked down. They're taking C. Bravo. Bravo lost. Take it in. Hostile subjects. Enemy using shock charge.
Trophy systems
Take it B. Securing C. Securing Alpha. B secured. No one stays. Take it out. Losing B. All objectives locked down. Hold those SOBs back. We lost B. Lost C. Taking Bravo underway. Losing A. All zones lost. Securing Zone A. Take it out. Falling behind. Zone Alpha captured. Rocket down, Bravo. Take it B. We're losing Alpha. Bravo's on.
Spring mine spotted.
We lost Alpha. Take it A. Bravo. Losing B. Hostile grenade. Losing Bravo. You're an out. Securing Zone A. Losing B. We lost all zones. Zone A secure. Taking C.
Every fucking time.
Losing A. Securing Charlie. Securing B. We're losing Alpha. Bravo zone secure. We lost A. Take it C. Take it out. Blast trap, front. Working that shit out. Take it in. Take the shot. Enemy using shock charge. Bravo. Losing B. Losing Bravo. Securing C. Bravo lost. Locking it down. Keep him off me. Enemy using trophy. Locking down Charlie. Charlie secured. taking C.
Where the fuck does he come from?
Shock charge identified. Losing Charlie. Securing Zone A. They're taking C. Lost all zone.
Ooh. One more? No? Maybe? One more. I need to shake off these nerves. Ooh. Consult the magic conch. O almighty magic conch shell, shall I play one more game?
No.
I might stream on Friday. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But thanks everybody for stopping in and hanging out. I will see you all on the next one. Good night.